That's right. Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez,
Right there.
Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty,
Here.
Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich,
Excuse.
Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Zamora Wilson. Mr. President,
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused, and 0 vacant. Senator Zamora Wilson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Colleagues, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Kolker.
All right. I'll take longer, I guess. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Thursday, March 26, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. Man, but the ayes have it for some weird reason, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
correctly printed, Senate Bill 149, correctly revised, House Bill 1090 and 1232, House Joint Resolution 1021.
Committee reports.
Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1339 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1024 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1044 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1002 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for terms expiring May 15, 2029. Manat Singh of Denver, Colorado to serve as a representative of a business that purchases or otherwise provides health insurance for its employees reappointed. Ryan Westrom of Castle Rock, Colorado to serve as a representative of a statewide organization to hospitals reappointed. Ryan Thornton of Centennial, Colorado to serve as a representative that is employed by Safety Net Hospital in Colorado appointed. Julie Nickel of Aurora, Colorado to serve as a representative that is employed by an urban hospital in Colorado appointed. Rain Henry of Denver, Colorado to serve as an employee of the Colorado Department of Health Care Policy and Financing appointed. Hillary Jorgensen of Aurora, Colorado to serve as a representative of the Healthcare Consumers appointed. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had in consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the State Board of Stock Inspection Commissioners for terms expiring May 1st, 2029. Lorene Francis Bonds of Durango, Colorado to serve as a representative of the non-confinement cattle industry reappointed. Jody Martin Witt of Meade, Colorado to serve as a representative with broad general knowledge of the Colorado livestock industry who shall represent commodity other than confinement and non-confinement cattle industries with the largest percentage of change fees appointed. Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1008 be amended as followed, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government and Housing has had under consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed in the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Middle Income Housing Authority for terms expiring September 1st, 2029. Timothy Hoppin of Steamboat Springs, Colorado to serve as a public member appointed. Darren Everett of Denver, Colorado to serve as a public member reappointed. Patrick Myers of Denver, Colorado to serve as a public member reappointed. Dominique Acevedo of Denver, Colorado to serve as a representative of a nonprofit organization that has experience developing middle-income housing reappointed. Carl Colbo of Denver, Colorado to serve as a member with experience in development or rental housing reappointed. Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government and Housing has had a consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments. Recommends that the appointments be placed in the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Energy Impact Assistance Advisory Committee, effective August 25th, 2025, for terms expiring August 24th, 2029. Jillian Laycock of Hugo, Colorado, reappointed. Jared Biggs of Telluride, Colorado, appointed. Jeffrey Schroll of Eagle, Colorado, appointed. Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1187 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1253 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1145 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1023 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 119 be postponed indefinitely.
Very impressive, Mr. Schaffler. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. May I please have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
I'm remembering some of y'all faces, some of the things that have been said this morning. All right, thank you very much, Madam President. Members, I'm joined by the good senator from Colorado Springs to recognize the NAACP Rocky Mountain State Conference. It continues its legacy of promoting justice, equity, and civil rights through the leadership of its Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming, Colorado, Michigan, and Wyoming branches. Guided by its mission to ensure the political, educational, and social economic rights of all people and to eliminate race-based discrimination, these leaders remain dedicated to advocacy, empowerment, and meaningful change. The executive committee is composed of branch leadership, including presidents and members who continue to advocate, fight for, and stand in alignment with the national organization. I'm going to call out certain names, but I would ask as I read this tribute, if you're here with NAACP, please stand as I read this tribute. I want to recognize Rocky Mountain State Conference NAACP leaders, including Omar Montgomery, Branch President Dr. Thomas Mays of Aurora, Youth President Desiree G., Aurora Youth and College Council, President Angela Stevens, Colorado Springs, President Tony Henderson of Denver, President Roxana Mack of Pueblo, President Elisa Judah of Douglas County, and President Mercedes Brooks of Cheyenne. Together they are working to strengthen communities, elevate marginalized voices, and promote equity throughout the region. Their collective work embodies the strength, unity, and purpose of the NAACP while paving the way for a more just and equitable future. Given our request of everybody here in the Senate, we're excited to have you. Members, please join me in welcoming NAACP Rocky Mountain State Conference. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other moments of personal privilege? Seeing none. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1339 on special orders at the hour of 9:32 a.m.
The motion is the Senate take up House Bill 1339 on special orders at the hour of 9:32 a.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up House Bill 1339 on special orders at the hour of 9:32 a.m. Special orders. Oh, okay. We'll wait for 2 minutes.
Sorry.
Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of the bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1339?
House Bill 1339 by Representatives Duran and Garcia and Senators Danielson and Cutter concerning a change in the name of the voluntary legal holiday observed on March 31st from Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Workers Day.
Senator Danielson. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move House Bill 1339
To the bill.
and the committee report. No.
There is no committee
sorry,
report.
there's no committee report.
To
Okay.
the bill.
So I'm honored to join Senator Danielson, who's been a fierce champion for workers, to forward this important legislation. Dolores Huerta was sexually assaulted by her partner in the farm worker movement, Cesar Chavez, yet she remained quiet because she thought the movement she devoted her life to might suffer. The New York Times article that brought this and other allegations to light wrote that many of the women stayed silent for decades, both out of shame and fear for tarnishing the image of a man who had become the face of the Latino civil rights movement. Often, women do not speak out after an assault for fear of being ridiculed, ignored, or ostracized. According to the information published by the CDC in December of 2025, nearly half of women have experienced some form of contact sexual violence in their lifetimes, and more than 1 in 5 women have experienced completed or attempt rapes in their lifetimes. 1 in 5. 1 in 3 women have experienced verbal sexual harassment in their lifetime, whether in their workplace or community. It's difficult to speak out. What will the repercussions be? Will you be ostracized, believed, ignored, embarrassed? Dolores Huerta, Ana Marquez, and Deborah Rojas, and others were incredibly brave to speak out. This bill reminds us that the United Farm Workers Movement was not defined by Cesar Chavez or any other one person. As with most lasting and impactful change, it was a collective effort to stand up for the rights of migrant farm workers. The impacts of this movement are relevant in the workplace today. While I want to acknowledge that the effects of Chavez's actions are most acutely felt in the Latina community, I am honored to co-sponsor this legislation because women so often go unheard. We hear you, Dolores Huerta, Ana Marquez, and Deborah Rojas.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, and to my co-prime sponsor and to everyone involved in this effort. We are coming to you in a rapid fashion, as we discussed in committee yesterday. Cesar Chavez Day would be celebrated on Tuesday next week. If you read the New York Times article, and I hope you have, then you saw the extent of the abuse, physical and sexual, over the years that impacted many women and young girls. And so in an effort to continue to honor the farm worker movement, to continue to honor Latino culture across the state, the legacy of the movement and the workers themselves, to honor Dolores Huerta and let her know, along with the other survivors, with every survivor, that we hear them and we believe them, and that sometimes this kind of abuse is present even if the movement is just. And we need to address it, and we need to address it fast. We are not outliers. Other states all across the country are taking similar action. Even in Mr. Chavez's home state where the farm worker movement was born and thrived, in California. Even in the United Farm Worker Movement itself as a union, which he and Dolores Huerta founded. There is an outcry from survivors across the state, too, to take action here to make sure that we are listening and we are able to do so on their behalf. And so I urge your aye vote on this measure so that if we do this properly, folks, and just sort of the inside process, if we pass this today, we can take it up on third reading on Monday, and we can make sure that on Tuesday when we step out of our homes, we are celebrating the culture, the farm worker movement, the history, the legacy, and the future to continue this movement without honoring this particular person. And that's why we had to come so quickly today. And Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
All right. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L003?
Amendment L003, amend re-engross bill, page 3, line 4, strike, and page 3, line 8, strike farm workers movement and substitute United Farm Workers. Page 3, after line 10, insert C. The General Assembly acknowledges that many processes will ensure over the coming year to consider renaming parks, buildings, roadways, schools, and other areas across the state that bear Cesar Chavez's name. The General Assembly acknowledges and supports these efforts. Page 3, line 12, strike our.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for reading the amendment. I wanted it read just because it's pretty straightforward. We listened to members of the community to say we need to acknowledge that there may be further conversations since we were required to respond to this urgent demand from the broader community to continue the conversation if need be in considering the name of the holiday. This amendment acknowledges that the conversations are encouraged and will continue. But the House sponsors, the House itself, as you saw, it was nearly unanimous, and nearly every member of the, or it was unanimous, I think, and nearly every member of the House of Representatives, regardless of party, supported the version coming from the House because it was made clear that we don't want to signal to survivors that this is a temporary removal of the name Cesar Chavez Day. There is not consensus around this completely. But from the House sponsors and the members of the House Latino Caucus, and from the House itself, and I'm just relaying their wishes. So please bear with me. They did not want to include a temporary fix to removing the name Cesar Chavez. So this amendment just says we understand and we encourage continued conversation. If Farm Worker Day does not set well with the state, they can come and do legislation in the coming years or even next year. But that we did not want to signal back to the survivor community that this was a temporary removal of the name Cesar Chavez. And so I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L003.
And I'm sorry, could we get a motion on the amendment, please? Senator Danielson.
My apologies, Mr. Chair and colleagues. It's just, this is an unusual, rapid process, and so thank you for bearing with me. I move Amendment L003.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Needs to. Senatorial 5. Senator, okay, there is not an amendment at the desk. Senator Gonzalez. Yes, there is not a substitute amendment at the desk. We are discussing L003. Okay, Senatorial 5 again. Further discussion on L003. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this amendment being contemplated, but respectfully, because I have an amendment that is that would otherwise conflict, I'm going to ask for a no vote on L3, and I would then thereafter propose an amendment to this language. But what I will do is just extend my appreciation about this language because I drafted most of the words that are on this amendment. So I'd ask for a no vote on L3.
Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, this whole bill moved very quickly because I won't say just the Latino community, but the community in general. We're stunned by the allegations that came out and the corroboration of some of those allegations. And it's entirely problematic for us and how we deal with this. We're going to offer another amendment that includes this language, but more. And since we're not discussing that amendment, I won't talk about it at this point. But this language will not be lost. And I also join my colleague in urging you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Senatorial 5. The question was the adoption of L003, and L003 is lost. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L4 to House Bill 1339.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L4 to 1339 and ask for an aye vote.
All right, to the amendment, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a minute to chat with you all just about how devastating the past several days have been. Devastating. I'm not even going to name him by name. But when the news broke, so too did my heart. Because not only had this individual been a lifelong role model, not only had people who were born after he died looked up to the principles of dignity and justice that he instilled. When I first started hearing the rumblings and rumors, there was a pit in the back of my stomach. Imagine my surprise when I read the New York Times article outlining the allegations of sexual abuse by a woman whose portrait hangs in my office. A woman who, when my husband first started organizing, he asked Dolores, "What advice would you give to a new organizer?" To then see the House act with speed, I am grateful for. But y'all, my concern is that this story is not yet done unfolding. We have not yet fully uncovered what harms may have been committed, what the response from people directly impacted is, and what our response as a state ought to be. So this is not, please do not misinterpret this as some power grab. Please do not misinterpret this as some, oh, let me go and just tinker because I want to go have fun because I'm not busy enough these days. Please understand that this amendment is rooted out of wanting to give community the space and the opportunity to process, metabolize, and heal from these devastating allegations that will have repercussions not only for himself, his family, his legacy, but for the movement, for survivors, and for young people who otherwise would not have known that folks like them could achieve greatness. That ordinary people could accomplish extraordinary things. Turns out, not only can they accomplish extraordinary things, they can also cause extraordinary harm. what Amendment L004 does. It goes, line 2 and 3 of the amendment replaces the language farm workers movement in naming the movement that Dolores Huerta was the co-founder of, and accurately updates it to address the organization that she actually co-founded, the United Farm Workers. Lines 4 through 10 of the amendment walk through and just acknowledge the fact that this is news, this is late breaking, and we have in Colorado, we have a federal building, we have a state holiday, there is a highway, there are schools, there are parks, and there will be process that follows. Lines 11 through 17 go through and acknowledge that that process is going to take time. And so in the spirit of acknowledging that, let's no longer honor this individual who caused such deep harm. And in the spirit of it's never too late to do the right thing, I want to just appreciate and extend my gratitude to the survivors who, 60 years later, are speaking their truth. But this is going to take time to process. Now look, I'm just going to be real honest. I don't believe that the word farm workers fully captures the opportunity to honor the movement, to honor the Latino movement, our culture, our history, our contributions, our future. But I appreciate that in late breaking news that we have to shift the name in some manner, in some form. So lines 11 through 17 say, all right, we're going to give you until 2027, and further additional legislative action will be required. In the hope that that creates space and opportunity for people across this state, not only in this building, not only in my district, in Denver, not only to our elders who dedicated their lives, their time, their energy to this movement, give them the space to weigh in that doesn't require coming to this august chamber. Allow them to determine who or what is worthy of recognition. Let me just also be real clear. March 31st is the day that we honor this holiday because that's his birthday. Community may decide we want to change the date. I want to give folks that time, that space to make those decisions. It's why I move forward L004 with all respect to everyone who has been involved in this process, because I know that this has been exceptionally painful, and that sometimes when we're acting out of trauma, layered on pain, sometimes we want to act, but this is a really important opportunity for us to give community a space to grieve, process, and heal. Ask for an aye vote on L4.
Senator Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for listening to this bill. I know some of you have heard bits and pieces and that there's been different perspectives on this, even within our Latino caucus in the House and in the Senate. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing to have different perspectives on things and how we approach this. Most people heard about this less than 2 weeks ago, and why it meant so much. It is about the victims, that some of them came forward, more may still. But for me, this holiday is the only holiday in the state that recognizes any aspect of our Latino culture. And I want it to remain a holiday about our Latino culture. And I also believe in reaching out to communities. In the state, it's not about this city or this county. It's about the whole state and letting people around the state weigh in. And I've heard lots of stories, and so I'm going to tell my story of why this is so important to me. When I was a lot younger, I actually met my first husband in a farm worker march through downtown Denver. We marched from a church and marched over to Our Lady of Guadalupe, where we had a community gathering. We heard people speak, and there were many marches like that. There were many pickets at grocery stores, at Applejack Liquors, and other liquor stores. That's kind of what we did because it was so important. And for those of you that don't know, the farm worker movement, right now we think of how people approach this, and we have the internet, we have ways to get across and be able to organize right away. What was so interesting about the farm worker movement was they didn't have that. They organized in people's homes. They had the networking piece. We will have a meeting in your home, and then you get a couple of friends and relatives, and we have that. That's what they did, because they had no money whatsoever. And when you think of this movement in California, when they had the March to Delano over Easter weekend, that thousands and thousands of people joined that march. This spread, the boycott grapes, spread not just in California, not just to our states, but internationally. And this was from workers passing out mimeographed things, talking to one another, sending letters. A lot of them didn't have phones. And I'm not even talking about landlines that they could use. So what they did was, a modern day miracle of how they moved the farm worker movement. It was a gift to me, and I still have it. I have it's about 26 by 20 decoupage poster to boycott grapes. It's an Indian in full headdress holding grapes, and there's blood on those grapes, honestly. And I have had that in my kitchen since 1976. And it'll stay there long after me because my daughters understood that story. We had, I went to it was in February. There's a movie that's going to come out about Luis Valdez. Luis Valdez was the director of El Teatro Campesino, which was a theater group within the United Farm Workers Movement. That's what they did because there was nothing to do in spare time. And some of you know, through civil rights movements around the country, culture has always been a part of that. And so they would do theater presentations in the fields at night for the farm workers. And that's how the movement was built. In 1977, Teatro Campesino came here to Denver, and they performed around parks in Denver. There were 17 of them, and they all stayed in my home for a whole week. We still work with them. But getting back to the movie, that movie is part of the Sundance Film Festival, and it'll be shown this year. If you have a chance, you should see it, because it is about Luis Valdez, but it's aspects of what farm workers had to experience. And that's why it's so much a part of our culture. We all knew about it. I can talk to friends that said, you know, they didn't eat grapes for 20, 30 years, you know? And that's just the reality. This is a part of our culture, and whatever we change this to, I think has to be reflective of our Latino culture. And I think this amendment gives us the space to reach out to communities within the state and talk to them and say what this is. And as the senator, the senator from the north side in Denver indicated that we need to talk to people. We all need to weigh in on what this should be and how, and the best way. I mean, she talked about the date. Does it have to be about, I mean, the farm workers movement was even more real in California. It did have aspects. I mean, obviously we had farmers and people worked on farms, but it wasn't the same thing. We didn't have a unionization of our farm workers during that time anywhere in Colorado. But what we did have, and some of the former House members may remember, was the Kitayama Carnation strike that occurred in Brighton. That we did a tribute about that. There was a woman, her name was Guadalupe Briseño, that she is in the Colorado Women's Hall of Fame. She has passed in the last couple of years. But we have heroes here. I mean, those women had to work sorting carnations in about 6 inches of water. They were always sick. You can imagine the pulmonary issues that faced them. They were not getting any movement on this. They chained themselves to the fence of the farm when they went on strike, and they were left out. They were there chained, couldn't get out, and the police tear gassed them, you know, feet away from them. Those are the things, and this was women. It was one of the only times women have come forward, and they were the ones that led the union. And they actually unionized. There was a floral workers union. It was an international union that they became a part of. So we have stories about that. And there's things that we can do, and I'm sure there's stories around the rest of the state too, that we can bring forward so we can come to something that is the best representation for our state and is also representative of our culture. And this amendment gives us the time and space to do that. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you to the good senator from the north side. And I just want to extend the appreciation about the stories that happened I just want to extend my appreciation about the stories of Coloradans who have acted in powerful, extraordinary ways that remind us that ordinary people can make history. That is our work. May this amendment provide the space and process and opportunity for those stories to be uplifted. And may we, through that work, heal. Ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting the counter amendment. And I do not think that all of the House members are entirely on board with this direction, but in the spirit of passing this and changing the day and before Tuesday in the spirit of compromise, we would urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez, or Senator, no. The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1339. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1339 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the committee will rise and report. Yeah, great morning for that.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had one bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 27, 2026, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1339, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1339 is amended, passed second reading, order revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of the bill on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1090 by Representatives Luck and Martinez and Senator Gonzalez concerning teacher licensing requirements.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of the bill on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which is House Bill 1090.
Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1090 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Colker. This is 1090. Marchman. Kip. Judah. Wallace. Exum. Snyder. Benavidez. Henriksen. Amabile. Mr. Majority Leader. Wow. Please add the President. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 66 until Monday, 3:30.
The motion is lay over Senate Bill 66 to Monday, 3:30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 66 will lay over until Monday, 3:30. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1232.
House Bill 1232 by Representatives Espinosa and Bacon and Senators Gonzalez and Lindstedt concerning prohibition of certain monetary assessments against a juvenile in the justice system.
Senadora Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1232 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion from Senator Lindstedt? No? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1232. Are there any no votes? What is going on? Senators Zamora Wilson, Pelton B, Liston, Bright, Baisley, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Liston again, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, with a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1232 is passed. Co-sponsors on 1232, Senators Wallace, Marchman, Judah, Benavidez, Kip, Henriksen, Amabile, Doherty, Cutter, Exum, Weissman, Ball, Coker. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader, Joint Budget Committee need to leave?
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to, I'd like to waive Rule Senate Bill 21C to allow the Joint Budget Committee to meet while the Senate is in session.
It's not bad off memory, man. You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes do not have it. Unfortunately, the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Y'all ain't got to get out of here. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here. All right. General Order, second reading of the bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of the bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Let's get ready to rumble.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 40 until Monday, March 30th.
Motion is to lay over Senate Bill 40 until Monday, March 30th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over to Monday. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1144?
House Bill 1144 by Representatives Gilchrist and Basenecker and Senators Sullivan and Wallace concerning measures to prohibit the use of three-dimensional printing to manufacture firearms.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261144.
To the bill. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L52?
Amendment L52.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L52.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment strikes the entire section of the bill that would have banned the sale and distribution of instructional files for printing firearms, frames, and receivers, unfinished frames and receivers, high-capacity magazines, instructional files making printing possible by telling these are the instructional files that make it possible for 3D printers to print these firearms. This amendment does not remove the section of the bill that explicitly prohibits the 3D printing of these firearms and illegal components, including the unfinished frames and receivers. This amendment has come as a result of conversations with the governor's office, which we, as the sponsors, feel came much too late in the process of this bill. We are making this amendment, I think, out of understanding that there is appreciation for what is left in this bill, but out of frustration that the governor will not take the measure the full way. Again, we still think that there are helpful things in this bill, considering the harms that these technologies can create. We appreciate the governor letting us know he would have vetoed the bill without this amendment. And we look forward to fighting another day for it so that we can continue the conversations that my colleague has been having for years here. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L052? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L052. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, this bill as amended is not the legislation that Everytown for Gun Safety asked me last year to carry as a prime sponsor here in the second regular session of the 75th General Assembly. It is not the legislation that I met with House sponsors about or with my Senate co-prime. It is not the legislation that we discussed with stakeholders these past several months. It is not even the legislation that we had a public committee hearing on, where 21 different citizens came to speak on the 19th of March, just last week. This bill, as amended, will not address the concerns of a grandmother who told us about her 8-year-old grandson who showed her how he could use the 3D printer in their home. This bill fails to address the fears of East High students who came to remind us of their school's shooting on March 22nd, 2023, just 3 years ago. That's right, it was 3 years ago that this area up here was full of East High students. I can remember the East High students marching down Colfax, shutting down traffic to come and speak to us. That day, 2 administrators were shot, and the student shooter drove to Park County and took his own life that day. These were all done with a ghost gun, according to these students. They told us that they have access to nearly a dozen 3D printers daily. We heard remotely from a mother who had both her sons killed by ghost or 3D printed guns. This legislation, as amended, will fail to address her concerns. We also heard from advocates that this legislation, before it was amended, was the next phase of data-driven attempts to address the public health crisis that is gun violence. The state of Washington yesterday, their governor signed into law this exact bill that we had put together before it was amended, that will specifically speak to the strengthening the ghost gun laws and working on the rapidly evolving 3D printing technology, digital blueprints, and the technology related to those blueprints. They passed this yesterday and signed it into law by their governor. The governor of Washington signed this yesterday. Regulating the distribution of digital instructions of 3D printing of firearms were a key part of this legislation. After months of open discussion about what this legislation set out to do with interested parties, after introduction on February 4th and House hearings and passage, the Senate sponsors were told that without an amendment removing that regulation, the governor would veto the bill. That's what we present today. An amended bill that makes it unlawful to 3D print any firearm or firearm component as defined on page 4, lines 18 and 19 before the renumbering. It still will not apply to non-functioning firearms or components. Essentially, we have cleaned up several omissions from Senate Bill 23-279. This amended bill is what the governor tells us he will sign into law. The question then may be, is this cleanup enough? My answer is a resounding yes. It's unfortunate that the key parts of this legislation had to be removed to get this signed this year. We did get to have an open discussion of subject matter on digital instructions. I have been an advocate for discussions on the issue of gun violence. We got to have that discussion. We're just not going to have it here on the Senate floor. We had it with your constituents in our committee room. We have been talking with them and emailing them and responding to them for the last several months on the issue and on the bill that was on paper before it was amended this morning by directives of the governor. We did not get to, community members asked us for these inclusions, and House members voted accordingly and sent that to the Senate. We talked about the issue in the committee, and we're prepared to have that discussion here today. Since a positive debate would have only ended in a veto by one, we have decided to accept the cleanup and next year come back with a new administration in place. I'm unclear what others want to discuss. We can talk about what might have been, or we can talk about the cleanup. I know that I'm committed to stay the course and wait till next year for another debate. So I'm asking for a yes on House Bill 26-1144.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor for laying out so clearly where we are at. I also appreciate that he surfaced the students' demand groups that came to the Capitol to share with us about this legislation. I hope that folks took the time to meet with those students. And I think it's worth mentioning here that for many of us, for many in this generation and in the next generations, gun violence running rampant in our societies is all we know. I was 7 years old when Columbine happened. I remember the shift. I feel viscerally the shift in myself, in my sense of community and safety. Still, I feel it still today. And that's what those students feel. The students who were at East High School and then came here to beg for their lives, they feel it viscerally too. We owe them something better. What are we passing along? This rapidly growing technology is going to define what gun violence looks like in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, in the next 30 years. So in 30 years, when a senator just like me is sitting in this well, talking about the gun violence that her community faced, what will we have done for her? I'm glad that we're bringing this reform today. I'm glad always to have the opportunity to debate what we can do to make our communities safer. I hope also that we will be able to have further debates on the things that we've left behind today. For now, this bill will help ensure that our gun safety laws are not undermined by the growing technological threat that anyone with an ill intention, an internet connection, and access to one of the many affordable or publicly available, in our schools available 3D printers. And I'll emphasize that this intervention is critical. Colorado law enforcement recovered nearly 90% more untraceable deadly ghost gun weapons in 2022 compared to the prior 5 years. This bill will help decrease deadly domestic violence and suicides, and it will make our schools and our movie theaters and our grocery stores safer. And just passing the 5-year anniversary of the King Soopers shooting in Boulder, we owe that to our communities. Thank you, members, for your consideration, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I cannot voice my opposition to this bill loud enough. That's just a little sick humor. I'm a little bit under the weather, so we'll see how my voice holds out. So we heard this in committee. We hear about gun violence. I think we need to stipulate the fact that we're talking, it's not gun violence. there's violence done with guns. I mean, this does not go to the heart of the issue, what the real problem is. The fact is, it is a hard issue. Why are people killing? Why are they taking lives? That's a hard issue. And this bill does not address this. This bill is not going to save lives. We were told by the sponsors that there was fear from those that oppose this bill. But what I heard was people being fearful of guns. That's our constitutional right. Whether you agree with that or not, the fact still remains that's our constitutional right to bear arms. So the controlling legal framework established in case Bruin fundamentally reshaped the Second Amendment analysis. And prior to this case, Bruin, courts often applied intermediate scrutiny, weighing government interests, such as public safety, against burdens on the right. The court expressly rejected that approach. Instead, it adopted a text, history, and tradition test. And the analysis proceeds in two steps. Textual coverage, meaning does the regulated conduct fall within the plain text of the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. In the historical justification, if yes, then the government must demonstrate that the regulation is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Now, HB 261144 becomes constitutionally vulnerable at step one if it affects any of the following: access to firearms, conditions on possession, transfer or acquisition processes, and functional ability to exercise self-defense. And courts have increasingly recognized that functional burdens, not just outright prohibitions, trigger the Second Amendment protection. And once triggered, the burden shifts entirely to the state. The state must produce historical analogs from the founding era, circa 1791, or the Reconstruction era, circa 1868. And crucially, Bruin requires relevantly similar analogs, not general assertions that regulation existed. The analogy must match both how the law burdens the right and why it does so. And this bill relies on modern administrative mechanisms, compliance regimes, agency oversight, rulemaking authority that have no clear historical counterparts. Founding era firearm regulations were typically narrow, objective, and direct, such as prohibition on carrying in sensitive places. They did not involve layered bureaucratic processes or discretionary administrative review. Thus, even before analyzing specific provisions, this bill faces a threshold defect. It operates within a regulatory paradigm that is historically novel. And under Bruin, novelty is not neutral. It is presumptively unconstitutional. Well, one of the most explicit holdings in Bruin was the rejection of discretionary licensing regimes. The court invalidated New York's May issue, their system because it allowed officials to grant or deny permits based on subjective criteria such as proper cause. The court emphasized a core constitutional principle: a fundamental right cannot be contingent on discretionary government approval. And this bill raises similar concerns where it, 1, expands agency authority, 2, allows determinations based on regulatory criteria, 3, leaves room for interpretation or enforcement discretion. So even if the statute does not explicitly require permits, any system that requires approval, conditions lawful conduct on compliance determination, allows officials to interpret eligibility, can function as a de facto discretionary regime. This is constitutionally significant because discretion introduces variability in application, risk in arbitrary enforcement, unequal treatment among similarly situated individuals. And the court in Bruin was particularly concerned with the risk of abuse inherent in discretion, not merely its existence. A statute that appears neutral on its face may still be unconstitutional if it enables selective enforcement, delays based on administrative judgment, and differing outcomes depending on the decision maker. And moreover, discretion is incompatible with the concept of a right as a rule, rather than privilege. Rights are meant to be predictable, uniform, not subject to case-by-case approval. In this bill, its expansion of administrative authority risks transforming a right into something contingent, something that must be navigated, approved, or interpreted by the state. And that is precisely the structure that Bruin rejected. And under Bruin, the government bears the burden of producing historical analogs that justify modern regulations. This is not a superficial requirement. It is the central constraint on regulatory authority. The court clarified that analogs must be concrete, comparable in burden, and similar in justification. HB 261144 introduces features characteristic of the modern administrative state: regulatory, layering, compliance systems, agency-driven rulemaking. And these features lack clear antecedents in the founding era. Historical firearm regulations generally fell into limited categories, such as prohibitions on carrying in sensitive places, like courtrooms, restrictions on dangerous or unusual weapons, requirements tied to militia service. And what is notably absent from historical tradition is broad, ongoing compliance obligations, delegated regulatory authority to executive agencies, and multi-step administrative processes governing access. The state may attempt to argue that historical regulations were analogous in general sense. However, Bruin rejects overly abstract analogies. The court warned against reasoning that because some regulation existed, modern regulation is permissible. Instead, the inquiry must be specific. For example, a fee or delay today must resemble a fee or a delay historically, and a discretionary standard must resemble a historically accepted discretionary practice. HB 261144's mechanism does not meet this standard. They reflect a different regulatory philosophy, one rooted in administrative governance rather than constitutional tradition. And without a clear historical analog, the statute fails its burden of justification. A key insight from the case Heller and reinforced by Bruin is that constitutional rights can be infringed not only by outright bans, but also by indirect burdens. And this bill introduces several such burdens. 1, compliance costs. 2, administrative complexity. 3, potential penalties. And 4, procedural delays. And each of these affects the practical ability of individuals to exercise their rights. Courts increasingly recognize that rights must be evaluated in real-world terms. A regulation that is technically permissible or practically prohibitive may still be unconstitutional. And this is often described as the chilling effect, where individuals refrain from exercising a right due to fear of legal consequences or uncertainty about compliance, burdensome processes, and importantly, the Constitution protects against this chilling effect. The Supreme Court has long held at the First Amendment context and increasingly in the Second Amendment cases that laws cannot indirectly suppress protected conduct through burdensome mechanisms. HB 261144's cumulative effect may discourage lawful participation, increase barriers for ordinary citizens, and shift the right from broadly accessible to selectively exercised. And this is particularly significant because constitutional rights are not reserved for the wealthy, the legally sophisticated, or those with time to navigate the bureaucracy. They must remain accessible to the ordinary citizen. Thus, even if each individual burden appears modest, their combined effect may constitute a meaningful infringement. HB 261144 raises significant concerns regarding the delegation of authority to administrative agencies. From an originalist perspective, the Constitution vests legislative power in elective bodies. While some delegation is permissible, there are limits, especially where fundamental rights are implicated. And this bill appears to authorize agencies to define regulatory scope, develop rules governing compliance, and shape enforcement mechanisms. And this creates 2 layers of constitutional risk. First, although modern courts have been differential to delegation, originalist theory, drawing on sources like James Madison, emphasizes that lawmaking, the authority should not be transferred wholesale to the executive. Where a statute lacks clear limiting principles and objective standards, it risks becoming an open-ended grant of power. And secondly, we have delegation becomes especially problematic under the Bruin case because agencies are not bound by historical tradition in the same way legislatures are. They may adopt rules that incrementally expand burdens on protected conduct.
Senator, are you speaking to House Bill 1144? I don't see in the bill where there's delegation to agencies within the executive branch. Could you point me to that?
I'm speaking to the constitutionality.
But you've gone into a discussion about delegation of rulemaking to certain executive agencies. I don't see that in House Bill 1144.
Mr. Chair, I'm speaking on how this can be expanded to be unconstitutional and infringe our rights.
All right. If you could just keep it pertain to the text of House Bill 1144.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will continue with looking at a conflict with the founding era principles. The philosophical foundation of the Second Amendment is deeply rooted in a broader theory of natural rights and limited government. We had thinkers such as William Blackstone and James Madison who understood the right to arms as serving two primary functions: individual self-defense and structural protections against tyranny. And Blackstone described the right to arms as an auxiliary right, one that exists to protect fundamental rights such as life, liberty, and property. And Madison in Federalist number 46 emphasized the role of an armed populace as a check on centralized power. And this bill departs from these principles by expanding government oversight and introducing regulatory intermediation and conditioning the exercise of the right on compliance mechanisms. And this represents a shift from a model of rights secured against government intrusion to one of rights managed within government systems. And from an originalist perspective, this shift is significant. The founders did not design a system where rights are administered or continuously regulated or subject to involving bureaucratic control. Instead, they envisioned a system where rights are pre-political, inherent, and protected from government encroachment. And finally, this bill raises concerns related to the rule of law and equal protection. A fundamental requirement of a legitimate legal system is that laws can be clear, predictable, and uniformly applied. Discretionary and complex regulatory frameworks undermine these principles by introducing ambiguity, variability in enforcement, and unequal outcomes. And for example, one individual may deem compliant, another may face enforcement action under similar circumstances, and this variability erodes confidence in the legal system and raises constitutional concerns. From an equal protection standpoint, discretionary systems create the risk of selective enforcement, implicit bias, and uneven application across jurisdiction or populations. So across all this bill presents a consistent pattern that it relies on modern administrative mechanisms, it expands discretionary government authority, it lacks historical grounding, and it imposes practical burdens on protected conduct. And under the framework established by Bruin, these features are not incidental. They are constitutionally significant. And the Constitution does not prohibit only bans. It prohibits unjustified burdens, discretionary control, and historically unsupported regulation of fundamental rights. And this bill is highly vulnerable to constitutional challenge. particularly as applied to conduct protected by the Second Amendment. I urge a no vote on HB 261144.
Further discussion, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, we're here to talk about the very serious issue of our constitutional rights. The bill before us, House Bill 26-1144, is ostensibly written to protect people from death by firearms at the hands of citizens by limiting a new ability. So any idea of regulating firearms in a reasonable way, that happened years ago. When you're reaching for the new technologies, to regulate new technologies such as 3D printing towards that same goal, that's an indication that they're chasing any and every possibility with the promise of coming back even next year and again and again and again to chip away at constitutional protections every year in a constant. One would think that if it were true that the possession of firearms by the citizens was a danger, then the statistics would bear that out. Now, certainly, there are a lot of firearms that are owned by Americans. In fact, I have the statistics up on the screen in front of me right now. The United States, as might be predicted, is number one in firearms owned per capita throughout the world. The number is 120.5 firearms owned per 100 residents. 120 firearms per 100 residents. The next country after the United States is not even close. Kurdistan at 70 firearms per 100 people, and then Falkland Islands at 62, and Yemen at 52, and it keeps dropping from there. And the mean is around 10 firearms per 100, actually less than that, So one would think that if 1144 is to try to whittle down on the number of firearms that are owned by people individually and without the knowledge of its governments, that ownership would translate into more and more homicides. That's ostensibly what the purpose of 1144 is. So let's look at how do the statistics look for gun ownership versus the homicides. You would think that with the United States being so far in the lead in gun ownership that we would also be in the lead in homicides. Well, it is not number one, as it turns out. Turks and Caicos Islands is number one. So what is their ownership of weapons individually? 3.3%, 3.3 weapons per 100 residents versus the 120 that the United States has. The United States is not number one, obviously. It's not number two either, nor number three. In fact, the United States isn't even in the top 5. Coming in the top 10, notably, is South Africa. South Africa is number 7 on the list in the number of homicides, with 9.7 firearms per 100 residents. But the United States is not even in this top 10. In fact, I don't see the United States even in the top 15. Now, at number 12 is the Bahamas. I'm sorry, at number 13 is Honduras. Honduras has 14 weapons per 100 people, but they're the 13th when it comes to homicides. The United States is not in the top 20 even for homicides. Colombia is. Colombia is at number 18, our neighbors to the south, and they have 10.1 firearms per 100. Not even a tenth, about a 12th of what the United States has. The United States does not fall into the top 20 when it comes to homicides. It doesn't come into the top 30 when it comes to homicides. The United States doesn't come into the top 40 when it comes to homicides, even though it has by far the most weapons. Not even in the top 50. In fact, you have to go all the way to number 65, where the United States finally appears as homicides per resident, even though we have 120 firearms per 100 residents. So those statistics give us a cause and effect that's being chased by this bill that is a miscalculation. It's based on an assumption that simply is not true. Now, the founders gave us warnings about this. Founders gave us the Constitution, a Constitution based on the Declaration that makes it clear that our rights come from our Creator, and those rights include our right to our lives, our right to defend ourselves, our right to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government, which was what the Second Amendment really is all about. So a bill that reaches into our homes or our businesses and says, you cannot make weapons for defense of yourself, and we, the government, will regulate that. This flies right in the face of the whole spirit of the Declaration of Independence and the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. John Adams gave us that wonderful phrase, that wonderful statement that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. So let's look at those statistics of the gun ownership in the United States and seeing that there is not a relationship in that gun ownership to homicides. There must be something else going on. If there's a sickness, it is not the guns. The sickness may be where we're headed as a people, however. If we recognize that our rights come from our Creator, then we have the right to arm ourselves and to defend against a government, a state that becomes too big for its britches. In fact, if you read further into the Declaration of Independence, it even gives us instructions twice. It says when that government becomes beyond protecting our rights, then it is time to make an adjustment to that government. I believe that time is coming. And when we transition, as I've been warning, when we transition our state from being the utilitarian entity that it was set out to be, an entity that protects our rights, those endowed to us by our Creator, that is its goal, that is its mission. Once it starts to become our church, then we're in trouble. And that, I believe, is the case here, and that is the problem that we're seeing. You wouldn't see from the stream, but you should know, residents, citizens of Colorado, that not everyone stands here when we begin each day in prayer. Some people step out.
Senator Baisley. To the bill, please.
I am talking to the bill, and I think you might learn something, Mr. Chairman, if you listen a little harder.
We're in a senatorial 5. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will just wrap up my point that the reason that we are having bills like 1144 is because we have begun to move away from the founding principles that our rights come from the Creator and the rights do not come from the state. When the state begins to take the place of the Creator and become the church, then the state has the authority to give us our rights or to not give us our rights or to define what our rights are. It's not the role of the state, that's the role of the Creator. And as we transition away from that understanding, we get bills like 1144. That's my point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to House Bill 26-1144, I heard from those who were in committee that the opposition to this bill far outweighed the support, and just wanted to note that. And then looking at the bill, it appears to close a loophole and trying to figure out exactly how the mechanics of that work. It specifically prohibits manufacturing a firearm, frame, or receiver, a large capacity mag, or rapid fire device, all of which are already illegal to possess. As a private citizen, it's already illegal to have an unserialized serialized firearm or unfinished frame or receiver, regardless of if you bought it or if you printed it or if you made it, thanks to Senate Bill 23-279. As a private citizen, it's already illegal to buy or possess a large capacity magazine, thanks to House Bill 13-1224. As a private citizen, it's already illegal to buy or possess a rapid fire device, which this bill mentions, thanks to Senate Bill 25003. And within 1144, there's no description of what a rapid fire device is. If it's already illegal, why are we addressing this again here? This bill, 1144, ramps up risk for anyone owning a 3D printer, a CNC machine, or a similar device. And what is a similar device? Is a similar device a lathe that most machine shops have? Is a similar device a drill press that I have in my shop? Or a drill? Maybe something as simple as a nail file. I've witnessed a firing device made from a drill and a nail file. I'm wondering if that bill's next. That'll be fun to debate. 1144 is absolute, makes no distinction between criminals and law-abiding citizens. Colorado Revised Statute 18-12-118 prohibits any person from knowingly manufacturing or producing a firearm or a firearm component by means of a three-dimensional printing process. The only exemptions from the bill are federally licensed firearm manufacturers and participants in accredited gunsmithing programs during educational instruction. There's no exception for a law-abiding Colorado resident who serializes their firearm, passes a background check, or otherwise complies with every other requirement the state imposes on gun ownership. A competitive shooter who 3D prints a grip panel so it fits his or her hand better. A disabled veteran who fabricates a custom stock for an adaptive firearm to protect himself or to hunt with. Or a rural Coloradoan who repairs a broken receiver part. All face Class 1 misdemeanor on the first offense and Class 5 felony on the second. This bill does not ask whether the firearm was used to harm anyone, does not ask whether it was serialized, it only asks whether it was 3D printed. The second point I have, the penalty structure remains disproportionate for what is fundamentally a manufacturing method offense. At first, manufacturing offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The second or subsequent is a Class 5 felony carrying 1 to 3 years in state prison and fines of up to $100,000. Colorado spent a decade with genuine bipartisan support reforming its criminal code to reduce over-criminalization. The same General Assembly that decriminalized drug possession and reformed sentencing guidelines is now proposing felony imprisonment for a second instance of using a specific manufacturing method, regardless of what was manufactured, whether it was ever used, whether it was posed, and any demonstrated risk to anyone. Is the manufacturing method the harm? Are we trying to punish? Is it the harm we're trying to punish, or is it the untraceable, unserialized weapon that we're actually after here? If it's the latter, the serialization framework already is on Colorado's books. Colorado Revised Statute 1812-118 limits the bill's application to potentially functional firearms and firearm components and explicitly excludes non-functioning prop firearm components. This is intended to protect theatrical props or collector's items, but it introduces a factual determination whether that printed object is potentially functional. Who makes that determination? By what standard and with what expertise? The bill provides no definition of potentially functional, no testing protocol, no certification process. The prosecutors and defense attorneys will litigate this question on a case-by-case basis at public expense, likely with inconsistent results. I'm a little bit concerned about our friends in the disabled community and their ability to protect themselves, their ability to own a gun legally, and be able to actually function in that space. I'm concerned enough about their ability to do this legally and to create something that actually makes it function with their impairment. And I feel like this bill can address that. I have an amendment to address that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L056?
L056.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L056 to House Bill 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L56 allows our disabled community who already own firearms legally to be able to create components so that they can continue to function and use those firearms in that legal manner that they own it. I feel like we need to encourage our disabled community to be able to participate in this in the way that they so choose in a legal fashion. This is not detrimental. I feel like this is honoring those folks in that space. I would encourage an aye vote on L 56.
Is there any further discussion on L056? Senator Wallace?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us, a division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L056. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around until the count is complete.
Stop moving, Larry.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Without moving around. All right, the chair is not in doubt. L056 is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wish we could have honored our disabled community with that amendment, but we'll try again. Within 1144, there's a component of the bill that doesn't talk about or doesn't allow for lawful education, research in this space, journalistic pieces, or compliance purposes. And as such, I want to make sure we've recognized that space. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L053?
Amendment L053.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L053 to House Bill 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, I'd like to be clear about where I stand on this. The proliferation of untraceable, unserialized ghost guns is a genuine public safety problem. I'm not here to relitigate that. I'm here because I believe we can accomplish what this bill sets out to do without inadvertently criminalizing the people who made the case for doing it. In June of 2015, a senior writer for Wired magazine named Andy Greenberg downloaded a design file for an AR-15 lower receiver, 3D printed a plastic version, and used a CNC milling machine to produce a fully functional metal version. He wrote that what he'd done may signal a new era in the gun control debate, one where the barrier to manufacturing an untraceable, durable, semi-automatic rifle had reached an unprecedented low. That piece was cited by researchers, by policy advocates, and in legislative testimony across the country. It helped generate the public awareness that makes legislation like this possible. Under this bill as currently written, every step of that investigation would, every step of that investigation would be a criminal offense in Colorado. The journalism that helped justify this bill would be criminalized by this bill. It's not a minor technical issue. It's a direct conflict between what we're trying to accomplish and the statutory language we're using to try to accomplish it. This amendment establishes an affirmative defense for individuals who engage in the conduct covered by the bill for lawful educational, research, journalistic, or compliance purposes. It doesn't narrow the bill's core prohibitions by a single word. It does not create an exemption that bad actors can exploit. An affirmative defense requires the defendant to prove at trial that their conduct served a legitimate purpose. Those who cannot make that showing remain fully subject to prosecution. This is a modest change that makes a significant difference. It ensures this bill can withstand First Amendment scrutiny. It ensures that journalists, researchers, and the educators who help the public understand the dangers of ghost guns are not treated the same as the people who are actually manufacturing them. I believe this amendment makes this bill more durable and more just, and I would encourage a yes vote on L53.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. We find it is too broad. If folks want to 3D print for any of the purposes stipulated in this amendment, they can get licensed to do it legally. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L053. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L039?
Amendment L039.
I move amendment L039 to House Bill 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would make the bill non-severable, meaning that if any portion of the law is found invalid, the entire act is void. What this will try and do, what this will do, is the amendment ensures that that the bill stands or falls as a complete policy. That you can't just go in and start taking pieces out of it so that there'll be a piecemeal implementation. So by making the bill non-severable, this amendment prevents a partial or distorted version of the law from remaining in effect. It ensures that any constitutional deficiencies are addressed comprehensively rather than as piecemeal. I think this is one of the things that this bill is going to need. We've already seen they've had to take pieces out of it in order to get it passed. This will, I think this is the way we should probably do most bills. So I would ask for a yes bill, or for a yes vote on Amendment 039. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 039 offered by my good colleague from Montrose. Yeah, it makes very good sense that, you know, a bill of this nature, that there's different moving parts, part in the pun, but there are different parts that that if part of it is found unconstitutional, which it easily could be, you know, a lot of times various parts of legislation that we pass here are litigated and found unconstitutional. So if this bill is indeed found unconstitutional, or parts of it, which it easily could be, then it really undermines the whole premise of the bill. So I think my good colleague, the senator from Montrose, is really onto something. This is not unusual. It's very reasonable that if, as this bill moves along through the litigation process, if is indeed parts of it are found unconstitutional, it really undermines the other parts of the bill. So with that in mind, members, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L039 to House Bill 1144. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. This bill is at this point cleaning up previously upheld law, and so we find this amendment to be redundant. And in addition, it opens our court system to frivolous litigation. So again, we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L039. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I missed speaking about this bill earlier when we got started. I heard this bill in committee. It has been heavily amended. I still think there's some big constitutional challenges to it with both the First and Second Amendments. As everyone knows, I'm very much pro Second Amendment, and any bill that comes, in my opinion, infringes on that. And with that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L55?
Amendment L55, amend
Senator
regross
Pelton.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L55.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment do would it exempt individuals that have graduated from an accredited gunsmithing program from the prohibitions in the bill. This amendment recognizes trained professionals and preserves legitimate skill-based work. These programs also provide the formal training that it takes for these people to be safe and have lawful construction, repair, and modifications of the firearms. These individuals with this training are equipped to handle firearm components responsibly within the bounds of the law. By adopting this amendment, it would give the exemption that would ensure the bill does not inadvertently restrict trained professionals from engaging in legitimate lawful activities of their employment. So I would urge a yes vote on L055.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I also rise in support of Amendment L0055 by the good senator from Peltonia, southern Peltonia. And the reason why is that, here in Colorado, the only gunsmithing school that I'm aware of, there may be others, is in Trinidad. The people who enroll in that gunsmithing, they are highly trained. It takes real skill to learn the gunsmithing trade, and their livelihoods are on the line. That when they are, manufacturing, it's not mass manufacturing, but as they're going through and trying to craft a firearm that is that has to work. The parts have to all work together, and so they have to make sure that they're engineered and they're done correctly. And a 3D printer, quite frankly, I'm sure that at a gunsmithing school, they may be exposed to the concept of 3D printing, but personally, for those of us who own firearms, me included, is that, like I say, they have to be highly engineered, that the parts work together, because if one part isn't working together, the firearm can easily jam, it can malfunction, it can misfire. So what this amendment does, like I say, is that these trained professionals that are using the tools of their trade, different dyes and casts and everything that goes into gunsmithing, that they should be exempted from this. We want people that are in the gunsmithing profession, that are highly trained, that they're able to do this and do it correctly, so that people are not out there trying to manufacture. Like I say, I would never buy a firearm from somebody who had manufactured a firearm with a 3D printer, because it's very dangerous. It probably doesn't work correctly. It might work one shot, so to speak, but after that it'd be dangerous to most anybody. So I think that the good senator from Cheyenne Wells, as I will say, he's on to something, and I would urge, and I vote on Amendment L055. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. We have exempted students and faculty from gunsmithing programs previously, and graduates can get a license and do this lawfully. So we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L055. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I was going through the bill, this stuff really intrigues me. I was a kid that grew up watching Star Trek and thought it was really cool with all the 3D printing food and everything else that they did growing up and watching that. So these 3D printers really intrigued me. And when I was reading this bill, when I was sitting there going on page 2, line 7, a person shall not knowingly manufacture or produce a firearm or firearm components. Firearm components. So when I first read this, what came to my mind, and if you permit me, Mr. Chair, for just a little bit of leeway, about Lexington and Concord, about how the Crown took all the gunpowder and wouldn't give it to the colonists. And the colonists stole the gunpowder and took it to Lexington and Concord. And then they were allowed to have they found guns, and then they had the gunpowder. So this is the same thing, to make sure that they were able to protect themselves against a tyrannical government. The firearm components that this thing talks about. We're talking about pieces that if something breaks, you wouldn't have to order it, you wouldn't have to do any of that stuff. You could just print it right there and fix it. Most of these guns, especially like handguns, a lot of these handguns are plastic anyway. I know that I have several of them that are plastic and they're lightweight and that sort of thing, but I mean, you could really fix up your firearm with the 3D printer without having to go through the painstakingly time to go through a catalog, to order it, to go pick it up, all that stuff. You could just print it off right there and fix your gun and repair it. That's exactly what the Second Amendment's about. So we can just fix it and repair it right there. So with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L45?
Amendment L45.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L45 to the bill.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would remove the prohibition on the production of firearm components by a 3D printer. This amendment ensures that the bill does not unnecessarily restrict lawful manufacturing activities. The bill broadly prohibits the production of firearm components, which can include unfinished parts that are commonly used in lawful assembly, repair, and customization. The sweeping restrictions risk criminalizing a wide range of legitimate conduct between the bill's intent. By removing this prohibition, the amendment narrows the bill's focus to complete firearms while avoiding unintended consequences by hobbyists, repair professionals, or lawful gun owners. Something that's going on right now is that people are replacing the grip sides with 3D printed items. That's something that they could be doing. These are things that can happen with like different colors to like offset your firearm or that sort of thing. It's not unrealistic that you could do this in your own home. So I mean, the resin, it's little plastic resin that they have in these spools that go down, and you put it in a computer, put the dimensions, everything you need, and then it just 3D prints it right there. It's really kind of a cool concept. So, and they're making them now where they use concrete now to build houses. They're making them now where you can build metal stuff. So this thing is just one of those issues that, you know, you could build your own little parts that you wanted to make sure that you are customizing your firearm the very way you want it. So I ask for an aye vote on L45.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, one, I refute the accusation that I am like the tyrant King George with this legislation, sir. But moving to the amendment, more and more printing, more and more components, you will eventually get a gun, and that is what the basis of this legislation is around. Additionally, the components that are referenced in this amendment, when not 3D printed, are already outlawed under Colorado law. So this is bringing this in line with other components that, again, when not 3D printed, are already outlawed. And so this is ensuring that we can't just continue printing components that will eventually make a gun that would otherwise, if not 3D printed, already be outlawed. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L045. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a few comments on the bill. What's left of the bill, House Bill 1144. So there's two questions, when I look at this bill, there's two questions really that I focus on. And what is the bill targeting or attempting to target? And number two, will that be effective? Presumably, the bill is about public safety and targeting potential criminal activity. But I think the fundamental problem is that the bill's public safety rationale is flawed. Simply put, criminals don't suddenly become law-abiding citizens because the state has banned another manufacturing process. They don't particularly care what laws we enact around that or regulations that are devised. What will actually happen, I believe, is that the bill will further entangle responsible gun owners and firearm enthusiasts in a growing web of criminal restrictions and regulations while doing little to address the real drivers of violent crime. Once again, the sponsors and supporters are prioritizing symbolic regulations over effective public policy. And I think this bill is another component of the ongoing slippery slope we have in this state toward the elimination of firearms ownership by law-abiding citizens. I think earlier in the session when we talked about another bill around transfer of gun barrels, the number 35 bills had been put out there. I don't know what the exact number is over the last 4 or 5 years, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 bills putting restrictions on lawful gun ownership, on the Second Amendment rights of citizens. So clearly what we're seeing here is a never-ending avalanche of more and more interesting laws in this area, and this one is certainly an interesting one. So if the target is criminal activity, of course, you then have to go to the second question, which is, will that be effective? And as I said, I don't think it's going to have any impact on folks who might be engaging in activities, manufacturing firearms for criminal activity. I don't think they're going to suddenly wake up and say, okay, that activity is now illegal, so I'm not going to do it. Of course, what it will impact, as I said, is citizens who wish to manufacture their own firearms for completely legitimate and legal reasons. There's really two levels with these kind of discussions, I think. We have what I would say would be above ground discussions, transparent discussions among lawmakers and citizens, and we talk about interesting issues around the Second Amendment. We discuss, how we can get at this issue of public safety, and certainly we all agree that we need to do what we can. From my perspective, what we should be doing to limit the violent crimes that occur with firearms is we increase the penalties, we increase the punishment, and to the extent we need to, we also need to create barriers. We need to make sure, for example, that our schools are safe, that our public safety, that our public spaces are safe, and that law enforcement is supported. But we have these discussions above ground in a transparent way, and yet what I think the intent of this bill is to get at some black market that may be out there, which is not going to be paying any attention to these public discussions or debates or laws or regulations. So whatever the intent of the bill is, I just don't see it being necessary or having any kind of an impact on public safety. And I would also mention, and I think there may be an amendment on this at some point offered, but I would like to see a lot more information about what is the problem that we're trying to address here. You know, we probably should have more information from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to actually study, and on the federal level as well, whether 3D printed firearms are responsible for a measurable percentage of gun crimes in Colorado. Because I don't think we've seen that evidence. Let's make sure that the laws we're passing here are grounded in good data, and that we're actually that we're addressing an actual problem. Let me talk a little about why I think this bill is really redundant and sort of puzzling in a lot of ways, because currently federal law, the way we've set things up in this country right now is federal law allows individuals to make their own firearms for personal use. What's illegal is it is illegal to sell, import, or manufacture them for sale without a license or a serial number. So that comes out of some recent regulations from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Whether you agree with those regulations or not, they were upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court exactly a year ago. Actually, it was a year ago yesterday in the decision of Bondi v. Vanderstock. And so pretty much where the law is on, in this country, federal law in this country, is basically commercial manufacturers and sellers of what what's been termed ghost guns or kits. They've got to hold a federal firearms license. They've got to mark components with unique serial numbers. They've got to conduct background checks if they're selling them, and they've got to maintain records of the transactions. So again, these regulations target commercial activities, basically manufacturing and then selling. If you're going to do that, it's considered a firearm. It was a 7-2. It was a 7-2 Supreme Court ruling, and it's considered a firearm, and so it's subject to the licensing and the serial number requirements. So it's pretty clear what this bill here in Colorado would be doing and targeted at is individuals who are choosing to manufacture parts or components or firearms for their own personal use. And again, what is the evidence that these folks, are doing something nefarious here? As long as they're, this might be a hobby, it might be something they're interested in, and the implication that this is some sort of a underground criminal activity, I just don't see the evidence for that. So, the whole bill here, I think, is unnecessary, redundant. It's targeted at something that we don't have a lot of evidence about, and it's not going to be effective. Now, if there were some serious concerns here about certain people engaging in illegal activity, I think the proper approach would be to narrow the bill to basically say those who would be prohibited from the 3D printing here, the activities that the bill restricts, should be individuals who are prohibited already from possessing a firearm. And, that apparently, could be the concern, is that if you're prohibited already under law from possessing a firearm, that you shouldn't be allowed to, create your own with these 3D printers. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L54?
Amendment L54, amend Ringross Bill, page 2, line 7, after person,
Senator
insert.
Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L54.
To the amendment.
So this amendment would limit the bill's prohibitions to individuals who are already prohibited from possessing firearms under state or federal law. The bill, as it's, what remains of the bill, I should say, as it's written, broadly applies to any person, regardless of whether they're legally allowed to own firearms. And it creates new criminal liability for individuals who are otherwise law-abiding. So, as I've said, the current construct right now on primarily federal law is that an individual can manufacture their own firearms as long as they're not out there in the commercial sphere selling those. And I know there were vigorous arguments before the Supreme Court on the case from last year, but basically, after a 7-2 ruling, where the law stands is it is legal to manufacture your own firearm if it's for your personal use. There's no evidence that you've engaged in criminal activity in the past or that you intend to. But if you're going to be out there selling what you're manufacturing here, then you're really a commercial enterprise, and so you've got to have that license, that federal firearms license. You've got to have the serial number on there. You've got to have the requirements to be in the business of selling firearms. But for an individual, what this bill does is it says you're presumed to be engaging in criminal activity, which I think is totally inappropriate. So this amendment simply says it makes that distinction between the ordinary citizen who might be engaging in creating their own firearm and someone who is already prohibited under the law from owning a firearm. And so the amendment would narrow the scope of the bill to individuals already prohibited from possessing firearms. The amendment ensures that enforcement is targeted toward higher risk individuals rather than imposing sweeping restrictions on lawful conduct. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a favorable vote on Amendment L54. I think it would be a good improvement and get at targeting what appears to be the intent of the legislation, criminal activity.
Further discussion, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we would ask for a no on this. In the discussions that we had, certainly on the Senate side, we heard from students who had easy access to this. We heard about a grandmother whose 8-year-old had access to 3D printing. There was no nefarious attempts by either of them. It's just that accidents do happen, and there's not that fine of a line between law-abiding and irresponsibility, and that's what we're trying to work on. So I would ask for a no on this.
Senator Carson.
Thank you to the senator from Centennial for those comments. Yeah, and I think that just emphasizes the point that, if we've got the cases, as I said earlier, what is the data here that we're really attempting to prevent some criminal activity by this bill? And I don't think we have that data. We don't have that evidence that this is really a necessary piece of legislation. And, you know, a law-abiding citizen printing off, you know, a firearm, there's not evidence that that is a terrible activity. And if it is, if it's a criminal intent and there's going to be something going on, I don't think this bill is going to do anything about that. This amendment, on the other hand, I think would effectively target the bill toward the individuals who are much more likely to be doing this to commit potentially criminal activity. I mean, if they're already presumably have committed felonies in the past, they're not allowed to possess a firearm, then you know, let's at least limit the restrictions to those individuals. So again, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L54.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L54. Wow, what a great idea for an amendment. I think it really gets to the heart of where this bill is headed. It actually addresses what we're going for here. 3D printing. I think we all can agree that a convicted felon should not be able to use a 3D printer to circumvent a background check. This amendment achieves just that, targeting the precise harm the bill's sponsors identified without criminalizing the thousands of law-abiding Coloradoans who already own a 3D printer to use in their business. I've got a good friend in Colorado Springs who 3D prints all sorts of things, sells them, people use them in constructive ways every day. And it protects him and others who own 3D printers, CNC routers. And the bill as written makes no distinction between a prohibited person evading the law and a licensed hunter or competitive shooter engaging in a lawful hobby. Precision in criminal law is not a concession. It's a basic principle of fair governance that protects the bill from constitutional challenge and protects Colorado residents from over-prosecution. And again, I would encourage an aye vote on Amendment L54.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this isn't all about criminal activity. We are now finding 3D printed firearms at the site of suicides. Here in the state of Colorado, we are in the top 10 of suicides by firearms in the United States. Last year, over 70% of all gun deaths in the state of Colorado were by firearm. That is one of the things that we are talking about on this. And for those reasons, that's why we would ask for a no on this.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L54. A lot of great comments from my side of the aisle, and do appreciate the perspective that the good senator from Centennial offered a minute ago. But it's like this conversation again, let's not overextend, you know, the implications, and it seems reasonable to focus on the individuals that really shouldn't have access to this and shouldn't be doing it, rather than casting a really broad net against everybody and criminalizing what for most people is well-intentioned and not about trying to create a weapon for their own demise, but again, wrapping everybody else up into the conversation is problematic from my perspective. I think this is a thoughtful, reasonable approach to narrow the focus of the bill, really again to the criminal element and those that can't possess a firearm. So I think this is a good amendment and would encourage members to think about it carefully and support L054.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 54 as well. I do find this amendment to be a common sense refocusing of what this bill is trying to do, which is to keep people who shouldn't be producing firearms with a 3D printer from doing that. And this amendment is really just talking about if you are someone who is already not able to purchase or possess a firearm, this applies to this narrow group of people. Because one thing that continues to concern me as we talk about firearm legislation year after year is that we continue to dance around the root issue. And the root issue for these particular bills is we have a mental health problem in this state. And to the good senator from Aurora's point, we have people who are committing suicide with firearms. That's a mental health issue. We have people who perpetrate crimes who shouldn't be owning firearms, but they're not going to care about this law any more than they care about any of the other myriad of gun legislation that we've passed. They don't care because they're just going to acquire their guns through the black market, whether they have a serial number on them or not. This bill doesn't keep firearms out of the hands of criminals. It's not addressing mental health issues. And we can pass 1 million bills infringing on Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens in this state, and that's never going to solve a mental health problem. That's never going to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. So members, I ask for you to consider this really responsible amendment and vote yes.
Senator Carson.
Thank you to our colleague from Castle Rock for those comments. Again, before we vote on this amendment, I just want to once again make the point that it is legal in this country to build your own firearm for personal use. And this bill is obviously an attack upon that right. And it seems to be simply a reaction to technology. I mean, there are different ways you can construct a firearm. Historically, for hundreds of years in this country, you go back far enough, I mean, that's the way firearms were constructed. Individuals built their firearms. But we have a new technology. We have 3D printers. 3D printers can be used. I've even heard, I don't quite understand it, but you can apparently build a house. I hope it's a small house with a 3D printer, but there's all sorts of things you can do with a 3D printer. Of course, building components of firearms or completing a full firearm again, potentially you can do that. Apparently you can do it. But I don't see how the fact that you just have a new technology changes the rules of the game. I mean, if you're selling this product that you've created, well, under our current alcohol, tobacco, and firearms regulation, you do have to be subject to certain rules and regulations. Some folks agree with those, some folks don't agree with them, but that is the current state of the law. The Supreme Court, it was a decision by Justice Gorsuch, who I think is generally assumed to be a pretty strong supporter of the Second Amendment, but he believed that the regulations that were put out by ATF should be upheld. It was a 7-2 decision, but it makes a clear distinction between the private manufacturer with a 3D printer, the private manufacturer of a firearm for your own personal use, and engaging in that for commercial activities for sale in the marketplace. And in those cases, you're subject to the same rules that a gun shop owner or another person selling firearms would be. You have to have the appropriate licenses, you have to have a serial number on there, and you're engaging in commerce, so you're subject to the same rules as the other folks who are engaging in commerce. So this amendment, I think, really does make the appropriate distinction when we're talking about the fact that it's lawful. If you haven't committed crimes, if you're not a felon, if you're a law-abiding citizen, the vast majority of law-abiding citizens in this state should not be subject to another law which prevents them from using new technology. And there's going to be more new technology. Every time we turn around, there's some type of new technology out there, but it's not going to change the fundamental rights of the Constitution, of the Second Amendment, that people have a right to lawful firearm ownership. And so this amendment simply says if you're, if you're a felon, if you're prohibited already, for whatever reason from possessing a firearm under federal or state law, those would be the folks, the people targeted by this bill. And if it is the intent of the bill to get at some type of criminal activity, I would think that that type of a restriction would be accepted by the sponsors of this bill as a appropriate amendment, because it really identifies a potential problem rather than just having this broad sweep of prohibition on 3D printing for firearm use and manufacture. So with that, I will just wrap up my comments and urge an aye vote on Amendment L54.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L054. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing until the count is complete. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until the count is. The chair is not in doubt. L054 is lost. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L047?
Amendment L047.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move L047 to House Bill 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. So as we know, technology is evolving very rapidly, and this amendment provides time to evaluate the necessity and impact of the policy. And the bill regulates emerging technologies that are rapidly evolving, and its long-term implications are not fully understood. So immediate implementation could lead to unintended legal and practical consequences. And so by delaying the effective date, this amendment allows lawmakers and stakeholders to better assess whether the policy is needed and how it should be implemented. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment L047. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are already seeing these weapons confiscated at crime scenes at a rapidly growing pace. As I mentioned in my opening, we've seen 90% more ghost guns at crime scenes in 1 year than we had seen in the last several years. These are a growing threat. It is happening right now. There's no need to delay, and it will cost us lives to do so. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L047. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L50?
Amendment L50.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L050 to House Bill 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would exempt current and former peace officers without felony convictions from the prohibitions in the bill. This amendment acknowledges the experience and training of law enforcement personnel, and peace officers receive extensive training in firearm safety, handling, and legal compliance. Applying blanket prohibitions to these individuals fail to recognize their qualifications and professional responsibilities. And this amendment ensures that current and former law enforcement officers are not unnecessarily restricted by policies intended to restrict unlawful conduct. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L050. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have already exempted folks with particular licensures and things like that. So if our peace officers are trained in that way, then they can print these weapons legally. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L050. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. we'll try again. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L51?
Amendment L51.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L051 to HB 1144.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would exempt active duty military members and honorably discharged veterans without felony convictions from the prohibitions of the bill. This amendment recognizes the service and training of members in the armed forces. Of course, military personnel receive rigorous training in firearm use, safety, and accountability. Extending broad prohibitions to these individuals does not account for their experience or demonstrated responsibility. By creating this exemption, the amendment ensures that those who have served our country are not subject to unnecessary restrictions while maintaining safeguards for individuals with disqualifying criminal histories. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L051. Thank you.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, we ask for a no vote. If folks are trained in particular ways, licensed in particular ways, they can access this. I do also think it is worth noting the high number of suicides amongst our veterans community and the correlation between having weapons and the deadliness of suicide attempts. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L051. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L040?
Amendment L040.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L040.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a real simple amendment. I run several of these on bills of this magnitude that try to almost circumvent the voters. This amendment replaces a safety clause with a petition clause, lets the people have a chance to vote on this kind of policy, where it's policy that really affects a lot of them in a very major way. So I would urge support for L040.
Further discussion? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote. This is a cleanup bill at this point to another measure that has been in place. I also can't think of a piece of legislation that more deserves a safety clause. This bill is about keeping our communities safe and stopping deaths that are happening right now. The crisis, the emergency, it is right now. We ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and fellow members, I rise in support of this amendment. What is so wrong with allowing the very people that are going to be impacted, good or bad, by this piece of legislation? The people will have a keen interest in this. And rather than just ram this through, let's allow the people and the citizens to weigh in on this. There is some interest on this, and I think this is a good, reasonable amendment. It's fair, and we should have nothing to fear about it, to let the people decide. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L040. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1144. All those in favor say aye. Oh. Further discussion?
Sorry.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of of House Bill 1144. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Senatorial 5. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1071 until Monday, March the 30th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1071 until Monday, March 30th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over to Monday. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 48?
Senate Bill 48 by Senators Hendrickson and Marchman, Representative Joseph, concerning removing the exception that authorizes a minor who is 16 years old or older to marry with judicial approval.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 48 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we appropriated a negative amount, so it ended up being a credit of about $8,000.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Okay, 2 seconds, sorry. No, that was more than 2 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague and I are very happy to be bringing forward Senate Bill 48. It's a pretty standard, basic bill. What it does is it puts the mandatory age limit for marriage at 18. Currently, when minors get married, they go into what's called, it's kind of a legal no man's land, where they can't file for divorce or protection orders without an adult next friend. There's this rule in civil procedures for Colorado called the capacity of minors. Defines minors as infants who lack the capacity to sue or be sued. So while marriage emancipates a child, they still cannot legally hire a lawyer to file for divorce or seek a protection order without a court-appointed adult representative. And I just want to say that the current marriage age laws undermine statutory rape laws. We have 5 different frameworks that talk about what statutory rape would be. But the loophole explicitly excludes spouses. So it does this for a 10-year gap rule for sex assault on a child. When it's sex assault on a child position of trust, it's the same thing. And then in terms of the marital defense, this is 183409. It says this provision dictates that a marital relationship is a defense to sexual assault charges if the victim is the spouse of the actor. So historically, this has allowed perpetrators to use marriage to avoid life-altering felony convictions and mandatory sex offender registration. I just want to talk briefly about the outcomes for child marriage. This interrupts education. It's 86% of the time girls who are being married to adult men, and so this increases their likelihood of living in poverty. It increases their likelihood of early and frequent childbearing. It harms mental health, increases their likelihood of experiencing domestic violence and divorce, and reduces their agency and decision-making power over their education. Additionally, the perpetrators of forced, coerced marriage are commonly a victim's parents or family members. So I think it's time that we join the other states in this country, red and blue, who have passed this very basic standard to keep our children safe. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 48.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good friend and colleague from Loveland for being on this bill with me. Marriage is both a religious institution and a civil institution. As a civil institution, what it is fundamentally, first and foremost, is a contract. And in Colorado statute, it is quite clear that contracts broadly are unenforceable if a party to a contract that is under the age of 18. This is the exception. So 18-year-olds cannot enter into broad contracts for consideration by courts in the dissolution of that contract or for adjudication of wrongdoings within that contract. They cannot witness a will. They cannot make a will. They cannot serve as a personal representative, nominate a personal representative, act as a settlor or trustee of a trust, cannot execute a power of attorney, cannot execute a living will, cannot serve as a guardian or conservator, and cannot terminate a conservatorship, cannot transfer a title to real estate. These are all contractual things that one can do at 18 and cannot do under any circumstances under the age of 18. We're asking that the marital contract in Colorado, for the reasons and problems stated by my good colleague from Loveland, be treated like any other contract in this state. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 48.
Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard this in committee, and I mean, I do believe young people should wait to get married. That obviously 16 and 17 is very young, but things happen. And this offers no exemptions. You could have a situation where there is a pregnancy, a teen pregnancy. I mean, with the increase of promoting birth control to our young children, things happen. And so if you have a teen pregnancy and say you have high school sweethearts, 17-year-olds, and they get pregnant and they want to get married and raise their child together, I don't think it's the role of the government to interfere with that. If you have a situation where you have high school sweethearts and they graduate from high school, 18-year-old and a 17-year-old, and they want to get married, both graduated from high school, I don't think that's the role of the government to interfere with that. If you have a situation where you have high school sweethearts, 17 and an 18-year-old, 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, and they graduate from high school, and the 18-year-old wants to go off into the military, they want to get married, and of course, in the military, to receive benefits, you would have to be married. So, again, I don't believe that's the role of the government. I think it's important to have exceptions, like in the current law, you have a judge that authorizes it and gives discretion. I think it would be better to have the parents also part of that role, but that was excluded in a prior law. But I would urge a no vote on this, as just for the main reason that there's the current law allows for exceptions. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 48? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 48. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. 48 is adopted. Mr. No? All right. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1200.
House Bill 1200 by Representative Garcia Sander and Senator Pelton B. And Martinez and Senator Pelton B. concerning required payments upon registration of a vehicle for a member of the United States Armed Forces serving outside the state.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1200.
Very good. To the bill.
What this bill does is that it repeals the affidavit requirement for the $1 specific ownership tax and the registration fee exemption. It allows qualified members serving outside the United States to use only their military orders or other evidence accepted to the Department of Revenue. It updates the late fee exemption to match, removing the affidavit and clarifying proof of service outside the state, applying to personal motor vehicles and qualified interstate commercial trucks. So that's what it does. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1200? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1200. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Nonetheless, the ayes have it. 1200 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate lay over House Bill 1120 until Monday, March 30th.
All right, members, the motion is to lay over 1120 until Monday the 30th. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The barely audible ayes have it. 1120 will lay over until the 30th. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Duran and McCormick and Senators Rodriguez and Roberts concerning the transfer of certain pet animals in Colorado.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1011.
And there's no committee.
To the bill, and it looks like there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L12.
Amendment L12.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 11012. I move Amendment L012.
All right. We'll take that as a proper motion for L12. To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we had a good discussion on this bill. While it was, difficult and hard to hear on both sides, I want to applaud our House sponsors and stuff that had worked through the discussions, and we had some discussions on this over the week. We have agreed to extend while we are doing the discussion to end the puppy mill pipeline through the pet stores. We have agreed to extend the date for those to close down from January 1st of 2027 to January 1st of 2028, giving basically a year and a half extension on the policy so they can adjust their business models and ramp down services. So on that, I ask for an aye vote.
Members, further discussion on L12. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L12 to House Bill 1011. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. L12 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Majority Leader and the Majority Leader over in the House for their work on this effort. This is a bill about trying to make sure that the dogs and cats in our state have homes. We heard in testimony that there are far too many dogs and cats in our state for the amount of space that are in our shelters. And one of the reasons why we have an overpopulation issue is because of the direct sale of puppies at retail stores. Those puppies are primarily sourced from what you would know to be a puppy mill that have some pretty inhumane conditions, and we heard some pretty difficult testimony about that in the committee. This bill seeks to, and with the amendment, slowly over time, limit the sale of those puppies and cats at retail stores and encourage Coloradans to get their animals either directly from a breeder if they want to get a specific breed or type of animal, or adopt one of the many shelter animals that we have all across our state. So that is essentially the summary of the policy. There's, of course, a lot of nuance. We've heard from business owners in our state who used to sell puppy mill dogs, and they've transitioned away from that and still operate successful businesses that remain open. And we hope and believe that the stores in Colorado that currently source animals from this type of source will be able to transition similarly. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on. Oh, I will just finally note, one reason why I got on this bill is there was an appropriate amendment, I believe, made in the House that allows hunting dogs and those types of animals to find their way to the folks that want to have a specific type of breed for hunting. And so I think we've made the appropriate exceptions in this bill as well. So I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1011.
All right, looks like there is further discussion. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I did not hear the testimony on this bill, but in the past here, I don't know, a couple, 3 years ago, I did visit in my district. There was at least one, maybe two pet stores that sold puppies and kittens and so forth. And they showed me all around. I mean, they showed me their protocols, what they do, how they treat the animals, where they source the animals. They were doing, and they're still in business, I believe. They bent over backwards to do all the right things. You know, we all love and appreciate, and I think everybody wants puppies and kittens and so forth to be well treated. But unfortunately, I think that while I can understand where the sponsors of this come from, I would agree as well. I just fundamentally have a real problem that we are going out after businesses that for years have demonstrated that they're doing the right things, and that the heavy hand of government is forcing a business really out of business. These pet store owners that do sell cats and dogs, there's not very many of them. I think there's only a handful left in the major metropolitan areas. And I think once people come to realize that they can't go to a pet store and buy a puppy or a kitten, the unintended consequence is that that the puppy mills, this is not going to stop them at all. In fact, it'll probably raise the visibility that the word will get out that, hey, if you want a puppy or a kitten, meet me in the parking lot at such and such a place, and the deal will still be done. So the pet store owners that have continuously done the right things year after year after year, here we are forcing them out of business. I just don't see the equity in that when they've done a good job. The problem is not, in my opinion, and I'm sure there was testimony to this, it's the problem with overpopulation of cats and dogs is not because that they're being sold in a pet store. And so the other thing I think is the old proverbial story that, you know, we're down the slippery slope, that if we can go after a legitimate business that has done everything correctly, even if it has to do with pet stores, well, then what kind of business is going to be next? There will be a business that somebody will take offense to, and they'll say, you know, because there were some bad actors done outside of the business, now then we're going to go out and we're going to put that business out of business. And they're going to say, well, gosh, we did it with pet stores, so we can now do it with, geez, what a coincidence, now we can do it with firearms dealers, because that's really, you know, the ultimate aim of some of this legislation that we see, is that we will say, you know, you can't, you know, we're going to put them out of business. And so I can appreciate where the sponsors are coming from, but I just have a hard time believing to lay the onus and the blame, the fact that a pet store, because when they do sell these cats and dogs, it's not like, well, you know, we'll just sell them to anybody. They are very particular, at least the pet store, the couple that I visited in Colorado Springs, they're very particular about where they source their animals and how they're treated. They just don't go out in the parking lot and buy them from any old breeder that comes along. They're also very conscious of where they get their animals. So with that, I would encourage a no vote on House Bill 1011. I'm sorry, I didn't have my notes with me, on House Bill 1011. So with all due respect, I urge a no vote on House Bill 1011. Thank you.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard this in committee, and a lot of testimony. And it was stunning to me that those that supported this bill would make claims like knowing full well that these pet stores would be put out of business. They can survive without having to sell puppies. They can do supplies, like pet supplies, and they'll survive just fine. Not realizing that we're talking about small mom and pop pet stores that don't have the large scale of sale like Petco. Petco can do that. They're large. It's a large chain. We're talking about small mom and pop. And for them to just scale down from selling puppies to supplies is a no-go. These companies will go out of business. And again, these pet stores, they're regulated. I went and visited one of the pet stores in Colorado Springs, and I was thoroughly impressed with the care of the animals. It was clean. The animals were well taken care of. They were happy puppies, clean puppies, and you can find out every bit of information about the puppy. There's tags right there in front of their windows where you can find out who the breeder was, where the breeder is located, everything about its medical background. Again, these pet stores are regulated, and they have every incentive to take care of their puppies and have good business, right, for the customer. And what this is going to do is decrease the supply of those pet stores that take care of their puppies, that mitigate what this bill is trying to do. And what that happens is when you decrease the supply of, call it well-cared puppies, what you're going to do is incentivize the poor behavior, the puppy mills. Because when you decrease the supply, it creates a scarcity. When you have a scarcity, things become more expensive. And if things like puppies, the sale of puppies are more expensive, that opens up the black market. You also decrease the transparency about those animals. You decrease the state revenue that these pet stores generate for the state of Colorado. You decrease consumer choice. You know, some people, it was mentioned, there's so many pets at the Humane Society. Well, understand that not everyone wants to get a pet at the Humane Society because it comes with unknowns. And a consumer wants to alleviate those risks and have knowns. And so you're decreasing consumer choice. You know, some people need that more information on an animal. And I'll restate it again. This is going to open up a black market. It's going to increase that activity. And this is basic economics. Anytime the government gets involved in a market, it causes inefficiencies. And it opens up for a black market. We're already the sixth most regulated state in the nation. And our role, this is not the role of the government. These are legitimate businesses. These pet stores follow regulations, and these puppies are taken care of, and they're coming from legitimate breeders, all regulated. Our role as legislators, we're supposed to protect and defend people's rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And this is going to destroy businesses. I tell you what, if I was one of the pet store owners, I'd be filing a lawsuit on this, because it's a violation of me having a legitimate business. Again, this is not the role of the government to destroy businesses. This is the government interfering in the market. And again, it's going to have the opposite effect. It's going to increase the black market and increase puppy mills. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1011. Thank you.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, good points in opposition, which is where I reside as well, opposition to 1011. Maybe unlike the youngest member in the chamber right now, I've watched the number of pet stores in Colorado decline over 50 years to now we're down to 6. Like, I think there was probably, I don't know that you need the bill, because I think over the next 5 to 10 years, they probably become extinct on their own, I'm guessing, the way things have transpired over the last 40 years anyway. And look, part of that is marketing, part of, I think about internet and social media, and really look, the success of pet rescue missions around the state. I'm a regular visitor to the one in the San Luis Valley. My wife and I are looking for a replacement. We probably won't get a puppy, but a rescue dog. And so recognize, and there isn't a pet store. I think the closest one to me is probably in Colorado Springs, I think. So I think, again, I do appreciate the amendment earlier to give the last 6 or 7 remaining pet stores in the state a window, an off-ramp to try to figure out how they're going to survive in this space and highlight those few remaining pet stores. Again, it's been mentioned, but they're highly regulated in this state and are functioning well within compliance. There wasn't a need to push them out of business. Really, we should be able to oversee the quality and the care of pets in 6 or 7 pet stores in Colorado, and I think we could have done that, and I think the bill, again, really wasn't necessary, and I don't know, a lot of good comments, again, about really we have a functioning, profitable small business in Colorado, a handful of them that over a period of time here, because of the bill, will accelerate their, what I would characterize as their demise and their existence in the state of Colorado. So I would ask for a no vote on House Bill 1011. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come down and at least give voice to some of the folks who have sent emails to my office and to me with the idea there's only, I think I just heard 6. I thought there were 7. But, you know, families have poured their heart and soul into some of these stores. And it's probably the biggest thing on their financial statement in regards to what they've accumulated through their lives. The idea that we're still trading in puppy mill livestock, I'm finding harder and harder to believe because there's been so much pressure from the state of Colorado on puppy mills, and I agree. I'm not here to say that puppy mills are the right way to do things. But some of these emails have been very poignant, and you know, younger people that are running the store for their parents, because that's the legacy that's going to happen, that's be passed on, if it's passed on. But I think this is one of those ideas, and it was spoken about earlier by the good senator from Alamosa, that attrition would more than likely take care of these issues. And it's so hard in this day and age to find anything that you can pass on as a legacy. And I'm definitely aware of that. But the idea that we needed to take this much action for no more stores than we have in the state of Colorado, I'm sorry. And from my point of view, the right answer on this bill is to vote no. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1011? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1011. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. No. We'll give it to the ayes. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1133.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Duran and Valdez and Senator Lindstedt concerning an environmental education program that is conducted pursuant to the Traveling Animal Protection Act.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1133.
Very good. To the bill.
So House Bill 1133 closes a loophole in a bill that we passed several years ago to prevent animals from being used for entertainment purposes. Essentially, we have one operator in the state that's using the same exemption as the zoo to have animals inappropriately entertain people at their event, and it's not a good thing. So I ask for an aye vote to close this loophole and protect animals and the conservation efforts of legitimate actors in the state.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1133? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1133. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1133 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1084 until Monday, March the 30th.
Members, the motion is to lay over 1084 until Monday the 30th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1084 will lay over until Monday the 30th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of rising and reporting, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Danielson. And Simpson? Not Simpson. Please don't do that. And Gonzalez? All right. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and considered a number of bills. Would the clerk please read the report?
March 27, 2026, Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole believes the report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 48, as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1144, as amended. House Bill 1200, House Bill 1011, as amended. House Bill 1133, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 40, House Bill 1071, House Bill 1120, House Bill 1084, laid over until March 30th, 2026, retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
The motion is adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 48 is amended, passed second reading, order of gross place, count of third reading, and final passage. House Bill 1144 is amended. 1200, 1011 as amended. 1133, passed second reading, order revised, placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 40, House Bill 1071, 1120, 1084, laid over until 3/30/2026, retaining their place on the calendar. Governor's appointments, consideration for consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Members of the Colorado Banking Board for a term expiring July 1st, 2027. Scott Applegate of Estes Park, Colorado, to serve as a representative of the state bank in the 40th percentile based on total asset size occasioned by the resignation of Laura Rose of Falcon, Colorado, appointed effective July 2nd, 2025 for a term expiring July 1st, 2029. William Clay Roberts of Parker, Colorado, to serve as a representative of Money Transmitters, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on the consideration of Governor's appointment consent calendar, which are Scott Applegate of Estes Park, William Clay Roberts of Parker for the Colorado Banking Board.
Any discussion? Seeing the motion is the confirmation of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1193. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 118. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1320, amended as printed in House Journal March 25th, 2026. House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1101 and House Bill 1210, amended as printed in House Journal March 26, 2026.
Message from the Revisor.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1193, without comment as amended House Bill 1101, 1210, and 1320.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1109 by Representatives Stewart K. and Joseph and Senator Danielson concerning the commission of a study to determine if additional consumer protections are needed for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community with respect to sign language interpretation services provided in the state.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1183 by Representative McCormick and Duran and Senators Cutter and Pelton B. concerning the continuation of the licensing of pet animal facilities by the Commissioner of Agriculture in accordance with the Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1197 by Representatives Morrow and Senator Kipp concerning the continuation of the vessel registration program.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1241 by Representatives Marshall and Bradley and Senator Marchman concerning the notice required to make a material change to the contract entered into with healthcare provider.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1308 by Representatives Basnicker and Woodrow and Senators Mobley and Ball concerning lot splitting approval by subject jurisdictions.
Local Government and Housing.
House Bill 1331 by Representatives McCluskey and Caldwell and Senators Coleman and Simpson concerning modifications to legislative interim activities and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1332 by Representatives McCluskey and Duran and Senators Rodriguez and Simpson concerning the Legislative Department Cash Fund.
Yeah, appropriations.
House Bill 1333 by Representatives McCluskey and Duran and Senators Rodriguez and Simpson concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Am I on that one too? I didn't hear my name. Oh, that's right. Appropriations. It's going to get done this year. Thanks. Message to the Governor.
To the Governor for signature on Friday, March 27, 2026, 10 a.m., Senate Bill 4, 37, 39, 50, and 74.
Message from the Governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 13, exclude cohabitation from elements of bigamy, approved on Thursday, March 26, 2026 at 1:45 p.m. Senate Bill 46, property tax administrative procedures, approved on Thursday, March 26, 2026 at 1:45 p.m.
Signing of bills.
President has signed Senate Bill 4, 37, 39, 50, and 74.
Wow. Report on delayed bills.
Memorandum, report from the House and Senate Committee on Delayed Bills. Pursuant to Joint Rule 23C, the House and Senate Committees on Delayed Bills acting jointly extend the following deadlines for LLS number 26-0651, the 2026 to 27 long bill. The Monday, March 30th deadline, the 76th legislative day for introduction of the long appropriation bill in the House is extended until Monday, April 6th, the 83rd legislative day. The Friday, April 3rd deadline, the 80th legislative day for passage of the long appropriation bill in the House is extended until Friday, April 10th, the 87th legislative day. The Friday, April 10th deadline, the 87th legislative day for passage of the long appropriation bill in the Senate is extended until Friday, April 17th, the 94th legislative day. The Friday, April 17th deadline, the 94th legislative day for adoption of the Conference Committee report on the long appropriation bill is extended until Friday, April 24th, the 101st legislative day. This memorandum shall be printed in the Journal of each House as is required by Joint Rule 23C. Representative McCluskey, Speaker of the House, Representative Duran, House Majority Leader, Representative Caldwell, House Minority Leader, Senator Coleman, President of the Senate, Senator Rodriguez, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Simpson, Senate Minority Leader.
For what it's worth, none of the members in this chamber on executive committee wanted to sign that. But the House has been so slow these days. It's the first time, I think, in all time that I've ever had to ask for a report on delayed bills. Thank you very much, House. Announcements. We have the Senate Choir. With the Senate Choir, please assemble to wish a happy birthday to members with interim birthdays during the month of August. That would be Senator Baisley on August 2nd, Senator Liston on August 8th, Senator Bridges on August 9th, and Senator Carson on August 21st.
Hey. You broke up my
Okay.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, senators. Happy birthday to you.
Was Senator Bridges standing? I couldn't see him.
Yeah. He was right here.
He's usually pretty short. Further announcements. Is there an announcement from Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, colleagues, for your work today. I hope you all enjoy your weekend. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, March 30th, 2026.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, March 30th, 2026.